Hello once again, darts fans, and welcome to Live League Darts once again for our 5th consecutive day of Week 4 in Stage 1. It's been a great week. Jim McEwen has been safely in Saturday's finals for quite some time now, but over the course of the next 20 or so hours, we will find out who will join him in Saturday's finals, which will be live at 10 PM on Sporty Stuff TV come Saturday evening. I hope you're planning your viewing for then, but between now and then, enjoy 25 more matches, 15 this morning and into the early afternoon, and then 10 this evening to conclude Group B. But as far as Group A is concerned, let's have a little gander at what happened over the first 3 days. And it was Jim McEwen somewhat comfortably finding his way to the final day of the week with a very healthy points total and a leg difference that is rarely bettered. Josh Payne and Chris Gilliland, you will see more of them a little bit later in Group B. But as far as Matt Dennant, Gary Stone and Matt Edgar are concerned, Edgar has turned things around. We'll see how he's done so far. But quick, we'll have a look at Group B from last night, which was very interesting indeed. A perfect night for Daryl Pilgrim. Josh Payne, who had a bit of a dismal start, losing his first couple of games, managed to claw his way back to second position. But Dan Reed, Gilliland and Rob Collins still all have a chance of making the top 3 by around about 1:30 in the morning tomorrow. But as far as Group C is concerned, yesterday was very interesting and very rapid, I might say. Edgar was excellent in winning his first 4 games, but managed to lose out to Matt Dennant in his 5th game, which gave Dennant the opportunity of getting second on his own on points and leg difference. As you can see, +7 is better than +3. But the likes of Stone, Blades and Beanie and Hamilton have a slim chance of getting through to the top 2. It all could depend on what happens over the first couple of games and the first couple of rounds, of course. 5 matches per player again today. So let's find out what Gary Stone will do in his first match today against Aaron Beanie. And you get the feeling if Beanie was to lose this one, he could be cut adrift. So let's get cracking. Friday's action starts now. Change of strip today. Was wearing white yesterday, but this is the away shirt, you could say. But maybe Gary Stone will be somewhat inspired by the colour he's wearing today, which is very reminiscent of his favourite football team, Rangers Football Club, up in Scotland. At least I presume he's a Rangers fan, because
82.
I have seen him at points this week wearing a Rangers jumper. You wouldn't wear that if he wasn't a Rangers fan, right?
91.
Now let's talk a little bit about Gary Stone's Thursday. 7 180s, the most of any player yesterday.
81.
Checkered percentage of 32%, which again is not at its premium best.
100.
But his running average of 89.46 was decent. That's one of the reasons why he got 6 points from a possible 10.
123.
And another win against Aaron Beanie for a second day in succession would be very welcomed. And it would get him to 8 points alongside Matthew Edgar.
96.
Now, we have 3 players in this group who took part in Group A. Stone, Edgar and Dennett.
65.
All 3 cannot qualify for the Saturday finals. We can only take 2.
138.
So one person, at the very least, who was played for 5 days this week is going to be left behind.
41. Gary requires 76.
Stone starting well, which is something he hasn't had a problem with this week.
On the first leg.
That's a 14 darter, and we're talking about a player who has registered the best average in this group so far, a shade over 100.
Second leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Yes, 100.66. And that emphasises how good he is at starting a campaign.
123.
Because it was in match 1 yesterday that he put that performance in.
140.
I said yesterday's group was rapid. They really did rattle through a lot of their games quite quickly.
121.
But as far as Aaron's concerned, he had a better doubles percentage than Gary, bettering him by 3%.
140.
But his running average in total was 5 points down. Maybe the reason why he only came away with 2 points
140.
from a possible 10. Well, Aaron can't get to a finish unless he finds a big treble.
15. Gary, you require
And
170.
Stone's got room to breathe. Exactly what he wants. To just line up a finish, which he would like to be double 12.
57. 58. Gary, you require
Double
60.
12 it isn't. Double top it is.
Game shot on the
That's
second
very,
leg.
very tidy,
Gary
isn't it?
Stone.
So far, 28 darts thrown for the first couple of legs, and yet to miss a double. Just keep that going, Gary, and you'll be safe.
Third leg, it's Aaron to throw first. $85.
If you'd like to get in touch with us and fire some questions our way today, please don't hesitate. At Darts Live League, as you can see.
57.
And Twitter is possibly the quickest way you can get through to us. But we do have social channels on Facebook and Instagram.
140.
And don't forget to tag in our broadcast partner, Sporty Stuff TV.
180.
There's your first maximum of the day. Yesterday we had 28, which is kind of funny, really. Because on Monday and
140.
Tuesday, we also had 28.
$26. Aaron, you require 136.
I think the 180 has been forgotten now, because when you hit a 26 after a maximum, that's what we call, in the darts game, back to normal.
60.
That's just us being sarcastic.
$128. Aaron, you require 76.
Aaron find his first shot at a double. Yes, he can.
56.
He can't find it, and
Gary,
Stone
require
does have an
110.
opportunity of 3-0. Two 15s.
Game shot.
Sensational.
Gary Stone.
He really is good at starting a campaign. I've said that once already, but this is a brilliant display so far from one of Scotland's premier players.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on. $134.
If he keeps this going, it will be one of his best performances ever at the Live League. His
60.
personal best is 112.2. He may not get to that level, but trust me, he won't care.
81.
He just wants to get this 4-0 win done and dusted. 4-0 would get him to 8 points and put his leg difference
28.
at +7 firmly in the mix.
100.
And on the flip side of that, it would bring Beanie down to -10 and keep him on 2 points.
60.
6 points adrift of the top two. And heavily unlikely not to make
100.
the Saturday finals for a second time.
$180.
That could be a parting
Gary
maximum.
require 86.
Because double 16 beckons.
78.
And even though 2 match darts have been missed by Gary, he will come back to hopefully clean things up. They are his first missed darted double for the day. Up
60.
until that point, he was
Gary,
perfect.
you require 8. Game,
He does find that one, though.
And the match.
And that is an excellent display and just about clings on to that 100 average. It did plummet by about 5 or 6 points in the end after 3 missed darts at double, but the fact remains that is a great start to his campaign today, and he's handing over to the likes of Matthew Dennant and Edgar saying, I'm here to play. I'm here to get a top 2 spot. Speaking of those 2 Matthews, they're going to play after this break. Very warm welcome back. Match number 2 coming at you now. The Matthew Derby with Matthew Dennant looking to join Matthew Edgar and now Gary Stone on 8 points. Things are getting very interesting here. And for this man, he'll be hoping for a 4th win over Edgar this week. If he can get it, we will have a logjam at the top, with Gary Blades having a game in hand to potentially draw level on 8 points himself. This is going to be a really interesting table. If you think because Edgar yesterday managed to get 8
First
points,
leg, it's Matthew Edgar to throw
that he's
first.
got 1 foot
Game on.
in the finals, I think you have to think again. Gary Stone now on +7 in leg
100.
difference and on 8 points is at the top of the table. With Dennant on 6 points and +7 and Edgar
41.
8 points and +6. Those 3 players are currently in the best positions.
100.
We'll see what Blades can do next when he takes on Carl Hamilton, but it's
60.
fast becoming clear that maybe Carl and Aaron Beanie are being cut adrift unless they can be perfect from here.
140.
Edgar's day yesterday can't be ignored though. First 3 days of the week he struggled. He managed to pick up 3 wins out of 15 in the first couple of days. Yesterday he got 4 from 5.
137.
And he's starting today in the same vein as we saw yesterday.
81.
When he beat Gary Blades in match 2 yesterday, he averaged over 98.
Game shot.
And that's a
the
great
first
start
leg.
in 15
Matthew
darts.
Edgar.
Really good at protecting his throw in 5 visits. I think Dennett knows now what he's up against.
Second leg, it's Matt Dennant to throw first.
The win yesterday for Dennett against Edgar
was
4 legs to 0.
180.
So he's not going to replicate that.
100.
But the results so far this week, Dennett has won 4-2, 4-3 and the 4-0 from yesterday, and the only loss, a 4-3 loss on Tuesday. But he's the one under more pressure in this game.
60.
Because he's the one who is 2 points behind the 2 at the top. And, adding to that, he does not have the darts in this match.
39.
But he, like Edgar yesterday, was very impressive. 6 points from a possible 10.
60.
A running average of 91.12, his best daily performance of the week. His checkouts were very useful at 38%.
96.
And a decent amount of maximums by getting 5.
140. Matt, you require 46.
Double 16.
14.
And an outside chance for Edgar, who this week has not 1 but 2 161 checkouts.
117.
He almost pinched it on a 1-4-1.
Matt, you require 32.
There in leg 2.
$16. Matthew, you require 24.
Dennant is hoping that Edgar misses as well.
$12.
And he does.
Matt, you
I didn't think he
16.
would. I think Matthew Dennant right now is caught in a bit of shock. He didn't think that Matthew was going to miss either.
Game shot on the second leg.
So we're level at
Matt
1-1.
Dennant.
Well, interesting times ahead. I think Dennant was caught really cold there, as if to say, I'm surprised I'm not throwing in leg 3.
Third leg, it's Matthew Edgar throwing first.
You've got to take these chances when they come your way.
57. $123. 134. 54.
We've already had a couple of tweets in from some of our regular viewers. Dave Carnell, who
100.
tweeted earlier in the week, good friend of Matty Dennant's, wishing him the best today. And also his dad, Gary, and all the lads from the Nut
41.
will be watching. If that makes any sense, Matt.
$134.
Also a bit of a shout for East Coast Darts as well. They're having a tournament this weekend. Good luck with that, guys.
140.
We've also got a tournament happening
Matthew
by the end of the week. We've got our
76.
finals coming up tomorrow. Really looking forward to that.
56. Matt, you
Had
require
Edgar hit that,
143.
he would have inched a bit closer. Double 16
111.
has been a nemesis for him
Matthew
so far.
require
It's cost
20.
him numerous
Game
shots,
shot on the third
and it's
leg.
also cost him
Matthew
leg
Edgar.
3. What a weird game this has been so far. Lots of quality, but enough misses to make it dramatic.
Fourth leg, it's Matt Dennant to throw first. $140. $97.
Considering what they've done in the past, another place in the finals would be
100.
no shock, really. Dennant's been there on Saturday night on multiple occasions, as has Edgar.
86.
But neither player has won on a Saturday night yet.
100.
Trust me, they're not worried about that right now. All they want to do is get there and maybe think about that option in around
100.
24 hours
Matt,
when they
you
wake
require
up.
161. $99.
Would have loved the maximum
100.
to have left double 19, but that
Matt,
will
you
do.
require 62.
Hugely important 62 checkout here. It's double 16 again.
30.
And it's cost
Matthew
him again.
Requires 78. $38. Matt, you require 32.
Realistically, Edgar could have put Dennett away already.
Game shot.
But
on
he
the fourth
hasn't.
leg.
He's
Matt
involved in a bit of a
Dennett.
battle. 4 legs in. We could have 3 more to go, but this one could be done and dusted.
Fifth leg, it's Matthew Edgar to throw first.
Miraculously, they've both had 10 darts at a double in this match. And you don't need me to tell you that they've
100.
hit 2 each. Just to paint a very realistic picture. The highest checkout of the
41.
match for Edgar, 24. The highest for Dennant, 32. When that happens over 4 legs,
100.
that is usually a sign of a fair few missed doubles. It's quite unusual for 2 players of this quality not to have had something like a 76 or an 81 by now. But what we have had
100.
are 2 180s from Matt Dennant and none from Edgar yet.
$40. $85.
I just tallied up Matt Dennant's week. He's now got 28 maximums. That's not a bad tally.
60. Matthew require 160.
He's averaging more than 180 per match. Because this
100.
is his 21st game. When you break this game down, it has been quite
60.
dramatic.
Matthew requires 16.
But all we've had are holds of throw.
Game
And
shot
there's
on the
another
fifth leg. Matthew Edgar.
17 darter that keeps Edgar's average just a shade under 91. But that's what he was doing yesterday, which was, over the course of the day, very good.
Sixth leg, it's Matt Dennant to throw first. Game on. $140. 96.
There is a possibility by the end of this game and the next
100.
of having 4 players on 8 points. But that's only if Dennant wins from here and Blades
57.
beats Hamilton next.
$59.
That would be a very interesting scenario with 4 rounds of matches to go.
59.
But something's got to happen for
145.
Dennant to make that happen. Something that hasn't happened so far yet in this match.
134. Matt, you require
But before we get
57.
there, he's got to find a nice clean finish.
Game
And he does find one. Highest finish of the match, in fact, at 57. And that thing that needs to happen for Dennant is now or never.
7th final leg. It's Matthew Edgar throwing first.
It's a break of throw he needs, with his opponent
180.
getting his first maximum of the match right there. Precisely what Dennant did not want to hear from our referee.
55. $58.
You sense that maybe Dennant's going to have to find his third.
125. $96.
Now, that was a really interesting last start. I was positive he was going to go to the 18s.
99. Matthew, you require 167.
But he's now got 2 visits to get it done. How about 1?
Game,
Oh,
shots,
Matthew
and
Edgar,
match.
the
Matthew
king of the
Edgar.
160 plus checkouts this week. He's got 2 161s, and what a way to finish that match in 12 darts with the biggest finish of the week, the 167. Well, I talked about small checkouts throughout that match of 24 and 32. And by the end of it, we got a 57, then that big smacker of a 167. Well done, Edgar. You're the first person to 10 points, and you've kept one of your rivals 4 points behind you with 4 rounds of matches to go. But before we get to round number 2, we have to have Carl Hamilton up against Gary Blades, and it's Blades on the chopping block right now to see whether he can stay in the mix. Welcome back. Match 3 is imminent now. So, Gary Blades up against Carl Hamilton in a duel for 2 points that will be very valuable to Gary Blades. But if Carl can find them, you just never know what could happen. It's increasingly unlikely that Carl could make his way from the foot of the table to the top 2. But if he can find 10 unanswered points today, there's a very small chance that he could squeak his way in there, but he will need some results to go his way as
Carl
well.
To throw first. Game on.
He would need a lot of help from Aaron Beeney to take points away from the likes of Blades, Stone, Dennant and Edgar. But in every likelihood, because of the fact that Hamilton
96.
only got 2 points yesterday, he will not be joining us in the finals. But I've been wrong before.
60.
That's a very fetching dart shirt that Carl is wearing today. Look at the back of it.
125.
That's artistic to say the least. That's like a cross between an Iron Maiden album cover
58.
and the historic art that was used in the horror story of Red Dragon, written by Thomas Harris.
55.
It's probably got something to do with the Jackal, because that's his nickname.
140.
But that is a brilliant dart shirt. And as everybody who knows me will confirm, I'm a big fan of a really good dart shirt. A lot of them just blend into obscurity. But every now and again, somebody
57.
comes up with a belter, and that's a
Carl
belter.
require 45.
Double 16. Almost a belter of a first leg.
$101. Carl, you require 32.
2 8s this time.
Game shot on
And
the
finds
first
that for a
leg.
17
Carl
darter,
Hamilton.
which coincidentally was his best leg of yesterday on 2 occasions. So now he's got 3 of them. Always looking up as Carl. But
Second
now,
leg, it's Gary to throw
he'd like to get a
first.
16,
Game on.
15. You see where I'm going with this. He's already matched 2 things he did
41.
yesterday. He's already got a 180 in this game. He got 1 all of yesterday. He's matched his best leg of 17, like I said. He didn't
57.
get a ton plus check out. I'm sure at some point he'll give it a scare.
95.
But I'm sure he would admit that he didn't play his best, averaging 76 and change for his 5 matches. And his best performance was around 84.
95.
That's why he was left in the wake of the other players.
65.
But as for Blades, pretty good day actually. Finishing in 4th position in the table, but on the same amount of points as 2nd and 3rd.
95.
But his leg difference does need addressing. He's currently only 2 points behind Gary Stone in 2nd.
60.
But regardless of what he does in this match, he can't overtake Gary because he's 7 legs behind him in that leg count.
11.
One thing that Gary was better at yesterday than anybody else, ton plus checkouts. He had 2. 4 players had just the 1. And I've already mentioned that
97.
Carl failed to get 1. As you may have seen on our graphic for Carl at the start of the match,
59.
he's using
Gary
a
require
Glen Durant dart.
143.
He'll be trying to massage a bit of that old Teesside steel, which Glenn used to get
61.
3 Lakeside Championships and a PDC Premier League.
$64. Gary require 82.
Blades to get back in this one. Needs 17 and tops.
62. Carl, you require 120.
Here is a chance for a ton plus checkout. Just underneath where we want it to be.
56. Gary, you require 20. Game shot on the
Ooh, look at
second
that
leg.
one.
Gary
Right
Blades.
at the bottom. Well, he doesn't care. He's right back at the hockey now, waiting for Carl to throw first. You see the little green arrow next to Carl's name. That signifies who has the throw.
Third leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
If you're new to the Online Darts Live League,
99.
thank you for joining us, but I'm sure we have plenty of our regular viewers today. You can tune in via Sporty Stuff TV.
57.
Check your local listings for that. And our international viewers, of which there are quite a few, tuning in on YouTube. And thank you for tuning in wherever you are in the world.
100.
We're not that far away from announcing, in fact, around 24 hours from announcing next week's players. I was given some information this morning about one of them.
128.
And I'm particularly excited to watch next week. And it is,
96.
in the case of
Carl,
the
you
person that I'm
require
referring to, a
134.
debutant. Single 20 leaves tops.
94.
This is a very tidy display from Carl. It's not explosive, but it's just a bit more polished than a lot of his displays from
43.
yesterday. He's not
Carl, you
making
require
silly
40.
errors.
No score.
Now that was intentional. Just busting the score with Gary on 205. Going for double 5 at the top of the board was
98.
a questionable call, but busting
Carl,
the
you
score
require
was the right
40.
thing to do. Double 10 again.
Game shot on the
And
third
there you have
leg.
it.
Carl
Just
Hamilton.
courage of conviction, you feel. The man who beat Martin Adams at the World Masters about 3 years ago chose the right thing to do there in leg 3.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on. $59.
Gary looked a little bit flat in his first game yesterday when he lost to Matthew Edgar. He looks a little
39.
bit flat in his first game today as well, but he's not afforded much time to get cracking. Only 5 rounds of matches between
97.
now and the end of this group. And within a couple of rounds of matches, you could be left behind.
96.
That's
125.
butter. That's better even, not butter. It's been a long week. But the week is far from over.
60.
I keep trying to get a look at the back of that shirt from Carl Hamilton.
140.
It almost looks like one of those characters from that old fighting game on consoles called Soul Calibur.
24. Gary, you require 80.
Interesting.
56.
Going for the 16s. I can understand that because he obviously likes double 16. And with his opponent all the way back at 282.
81. Gary, you require
see why I did that.
24. Game shot on the fourth
That's perfectly
leg.
done.
Gary Blades.
He is sticking in there with a great deal of discipline. But now he's got to shoot forward. He's got to find a break, a throw from somewhere.
Fifth leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on. $57. 100.
That's the first dart he's searching for every single time he goes to the hockey.
140.
It makes such a difference to some players.
140.
When you get that first dart right, you can maintain rhythm. You don't have to move. You can just look at that dart and try and replicate
140.
it. And even though he's only averaging 77 in this game, I can see marginal improvement here from Carl.
100. Carl, you require 164.
His first win and only win in this group came in his first game yesterday in match 3 against Aaron Beanie.
31. Gary, you require 161.
It's getting to the stage where razor blades
21.
may need to take us all
Carl,
the way
you require 133.
if he's going to win this match.
$43.
But he has been given
Gary,
a little bit of hope.
140. $41.
And the hope is given
Carl,
back.
you require 90.
That's maybe as bad as it could have gotten for Gary Blades on that 140 checkout.
Game shot
And that's
on the
as
fifth
good
leg.
as
Carl
Cole Hamilton could have done pretty much. He takes that leg for a 5th consecutive break. 5th consecutive hold. I do beg your pardon.
6th leg. It's Gary to throw first. Game on.
It's the break that's needed for this guy.
134. $59.
When we start week 5 next week, your host and commentator on Monday will be Chris Mason. And then on Tuesday and Wednesday,
120.
you will have the pleasure of Henry Deacon's company.
$100. $95.
We had some great action last night in Group B, particularly at the end. Josh Payne with a tumultuous night, but finished his campaign for the evening with 105
55.
average.
Gary, you require
In
152.
beating Dan Reed, who snapped a point mid-game. We had to change the board, and he had to change the darts.
56.
That Group B action will start again at 10 p.m. tonight.
180. Gary, you require
But Hamilton
96.
with his 2nd maximum. First time he's had multiple maximums in a match so far this week. And he's going to get a look at a first
42.
ton plus checkout.
Carl, you require 107.
He's just taken out 90. He's not going to take that one out though.
24. Gary, you require 54.
To take us all the way. Important shot.
Game shot on the 6th
His
leg.
doubles have been excellent in this
Blades.
match. 3 hits from 5 gives you a 60% ratio. All he needs now is a break of throw. Easy for me to say.
7th and final leg. It's Carl to throw first. $118.
If Hamilton does not win this leg, he will remain on 2 points.
140.
And for me, he will be eliminated. Not mathematically,
57.
but in only getting to 10 points. If he wins his final 4 games, someone's going to get more than that.
95.
In fact, Edgar's already at 10 points. So it's do or die for Hamilton.
139.
If he's trying to keep his hopes alive, he's dashing Gary Blades' chances.
$42.
Oh, sensational. Just what Blades did not want to see.
122.
Gary's got to hope that Carl does not find what he's looking for when he comes back to the oche.
30.
First and foremost,
Carl, you require
Gary
65.
does not find what he wanted. Double 16.
33.
He will return for a second win in around 24 hours.
134.
He
Carl,
left
you
it.
require 32.
Can he take it?
No score.
After 5
Gary,
darts
you
for the
require
match,
60.
Blades gets 2 himself.
Game, shot,
What a
and the
steal.
match.
That is for
Gary
Gary
Blades.
Blades. He should never have got those chances. But ultimately, it was his checkout propensity that got him over the line. He got 2 match darts, whereas Carl had 5. So, a huge 2 points for Blades. We'll have a look at the table when we return because round 2 is coming up. Big match coming up for Matthew Dennant up against Aaron Beanie. And he's looking to get revenge for yesterday, where he lost by 4 legs to 2. Just a reminder that the top 2 will be promoted to the finals on Saturday night. So with Dennett on 6 points, now 4 points behind his namesake in the number 1 spot. But in a key stat, he does have a leg difference buffer. But if he can find 2 more points and a sizable win here against 5th place Beanie, he can elevate himself to 2nd place for now, before the likes of Stone, Edgar and Blades come back for their second match of the day.
Game on.
At 6 points behind 2nd place, you have to fear the worst for Beanie and for Hamilton now, with only 1 win from their first 6 matches in this group.
100.
You would have to assume that they've got too much to do.
45.
But like I say, every time I'm sitting in this chair at this point, it doesn't mean that they can't influence that table. Not just for themselves, but to the detriment of their rivals in this group.
60.
A second win in 2 days against Matthew Dennant for Beanie would be borderline catastrophic for the scholar.
66.
He needs to find something akin to what we've seen at times this week. He's had a couple of ton-plus averages.
133.
Some great displays. And funnily enough, some of his best displays have come in his second match of the day, which is exactly what this is.
137. Matt, you require 129. $93.
Leaves himself on double 18.
Aaron, you require 58.
Fresh in the knowledge that he might have his throw broken on double 2. That was not the plan.
$54.
And maybe that is what scuppered Aaron Beanie's chances. He wasn't thinking about a double 2 shot.
Game shot on the first
But that's
leg.
exactly what Dennant was thinking about. More of that, please. That's exactly what he's thinking up here right now. 16 darters may just be good enough to get the win.
Second leg, it's Aaron to throw first. $100.
Matt's average yesterday was somewhere between 16 and 17 darts per leg, which the majority of the time would be good enough to win, I would say, 80% of the games. But I think even he would admit, if I was to thrust a microphone in his direction right now and ask him the question, have you let some games slip this week? He would say, most definitely.
123.
Without looking at my results sheets for the last 4 days, I would say he's let at least 4 games slip.
86.
It really doesn't matter what happened in Group A now. The fact that he's in contention in Group
93.
B is the most important thing. And he must take advantage of that fact now.
82.
These games are rapid fire.
140.
They could be won and lost in less than 10 minutes.
43.
I'm not entirely sure what the quickest match of our week has been. In Group A, it was around about 7 minutes 43.
140. Aaron, you
we could have had a quicker match than that yesterday in this group. I just didn't check. Double 10.
Game shot on the
Beautiful
second
97
leg.
check out
Aaron
there.
Beanie.
And Matt Dennant's dream of winning this one by 4 legs to 0 is gone. But he still has hopes of retaining his throw in this contest to get some sort of
Third
win.
leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on. $77. 100. 58.
Yeah, we haven't had a game this week that has broken the
180.
top of the charts when it comes to fast matches. The fastest still is Graham Usher in
95.
Phase 4, beating Gavin Carlin in 5 minutes and 48 seconds. That's ridiculous.
100.
Beeney's getting his act together. Starting to play properly. His average has gone to the high 90s now.
126.
That's superb stuff from Matt. Really good
Aaron, you
thinking.
require 121. $97.
His throw is under huge threat.
95.
This is becoming a very
Aaron, you require
stressful
24.
situation for the scholar.
$12. Matt, you require 50.
The one thing that helped Matt there was that second dart from Beanie missing the target high.
18.
But that double 16 curse
Aaron, you require
that has come back to
12.
bite him this morning is really stopping him in his tracks.
Game shot.
Double
the third
sixes
leg.
jagged in the
Aaron
end
Beanie.
on dart 3. So, first break of throw for Aaron Beanie. And he's looking good against Matt Dennant once again.
Fourth leg, it's Aaron to throw first. $81.
We've had 3 9-darters this year. One from Conor Heenahan, one from Danny Van Tripe, and one from Graham Usher.
180.
Can we possibly get another one before the end of the week?
41.
Now's not a bad time, Matt. That would have been a good time.
60. 83.
I don't know whether you've noticed that the darts between Aaron Beanie and Gary Blades are very individual in style.
180.
They have a lot of similarities with that taper towards the point.
135.
But it's Dennant
Matt,
with 2
require
maximums in this
81.
leg alone, who's looking at an immediate break back. And that treble 15 might have done him a
65. Aaron, you
favour.
require
It takes him out of double
161.
16 range.
$90. Matt, you require 60.
But he's got to be sharp here.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
sharp he
leg.
is.
Matt Dennant.
Full credit to a very, very experienced young man in Matt Dennant, who was broken straight back after being broken in leg 3.
Fifth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on. $59. 100.
So far, this is a better performance from Aaron than what we saw from him on the whole yesterday. The average of 88
96.
is around 4 points better than his overall total for his 5 matches on Thursday.
55.
But 88.22 was his average before that previous throw, and funnily enough, 88.22
93.
was his average in his best performance yesterday. But that 88.22 average was a defeat, not a win.
60.
That was when he lost to Gary Stone in match 15.
57. 139.
That'll work really well.
$60. Matt, you
It's been a
require
good doubling
54.
performance on the whole from Matt, but he's choosing double 18.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Matt Dennant.
And there is a quality about him this week that I have learned over the last 4 days. He is willing to change targets if he's getting trouble on other ones.
6th leg, it's Aaron to throw first.
And what I mean by that is he's had problems on tops and 10s. Then he started going for 16s and 8s. He's had
100.
problems there. And instead of going 14 for tops on that 54 out, he decided to do something different. That's contrary to what most
140.
dart players are like, including myself. If something isn't working, most players will continue down the same path.
121.
But Dennett is showing that he doesn't do that. He's willing to use the board and its different targets to get the job done.
100. 95.
Can he leave a finish?
140.
You bet he can. And it's gettable. Only one treble required for a shot at the bull.
93.
If he hits
Matt, you
it,
require 121.
it's a king of the hockey performance.
97. Aaron, you require 92.
72 with 2. Needs another.
56.
You see his despair
Matt, you require
as Dennant goes to the other side of the board for the match and takes it immediately.
And the match.
A
Matt
really
Dennant.
good doubling performance there from Matthew Dennett. 67% and a 93.5 average. He was severely tested by Aaron Beanie there at 2-1 down, but he went a little bit bananas in the last 3 legs, didn't he? To his credit, he's got himself on 8 points. Well, he's in that logjam at the top of the table, and match number 5 is between the two Garys, Blades and Stone, and they are firmly in the middle of that logjam. We'll see what happens next. Hello, welcome back. It hasn't been long since our last game, and it's not long to our next game. Only a few seconds, in fact. So let's have a look at the table before we crack on with this. Look at it there. 10 points, 8, 8, 8. All very interesting for the top four, but now Aaron Beanie is the first person mathematically eliminated from Group C. All he can do is win his final 3 matches to get to 8 points, but we are guaranteed to have 2 people on 10. So the last 3 matches for Beanie will be for pride.
To throw first. Game on.
But there's a lot on this one. Both players on 8 points. Looking to join Edgar on 10, with 95. Edgar's game in hand against Hamilton after this.
$29.
Contrasting victories for these guys in their first game of the day.
100.
Gary Stone, superb. 4-0. Excellent scoring. Very good doubling.
95.
A much deserved 4-0 win. But Gary Blades would admit that beating Carl Hamilton was
98.
A little bit fortunate. Got to use that fortune now, haven't you, Gary?
60.
Games are running out. Opportunities are sparse.
123.
It's fast becoming a knockout style scenario.
180.
Just when you think Gary Blades is out of the leg, 85. He goes and does that. Oh, he didn't go 20 bull.
Game shot on the
he
first
didn't have
leg.
to.
Gary Stone.
Is Gary Stone going to turn up today? What an up and down week he's had. But if he's going to have an update, I suspect he might make the top 2.
Blades to throw first. $100.
3 people from this group have not made Saturday night before.
44.
And those 3 people are Blades, Beanie and Hamilton. Beanie's not going to make it. Neither is Carl Hamilton. But Blades is firmly in with a shout. But if he's going to be hit hard by the Scotsman in this game, his task is only going to get harder. He's got matches against Matt Dennant, against Aaron Beanie, and Matthew Edgar to come. It could well come down to his last match against Edgar, 96. Which comes in match 14.
$85. 81. Gary, you require 140.
Stay there.
100.
Lovely turn.
Gary, you require 146.
Gauntlet laid down for Stone. He should stay there. Double 13. And he was caught thinking about something else. He wasn't in rhythm.
Gary, you require 40.
Maybe the right thing, not feeling as comfortable as he should have done on Dart 3, was stepping back and having another look at it.
20.
But he does get another look.
Gary, you require 13.
At the next door neighbour.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well done, Gary Stone. Beautifully done. He should have probably taken the 146. He was caught in 2 minds. But number 2 is a good number for him because he gets a second bite, of which he takes for a 2-0 lead. I'm a big believer in reading the facial expressions of certain players. And at times this week I've been looking at Gary's face, Gary Stone that is.
125.
And looking at a player who is down on his luck. Because He has had some somewhat
96.
unfortunate shots. But today I'm seeing a very different Gary Stone. Focused.
58.
Knowing that it's either today or never. And he wants to be involved in tomorrow so badly.
32.
You do not come all the way to the Online Darts Live League just to take part. You come here to take part
94.
at the end of the week finals to have a chance to come back for a Champions Week. And a very, very large
96.
paycheck. Just a reminder to everybody who is just tuning in.
45.
Gary Stone hasn't lost a leg today yet.
37.
And the likelihood is he won't lose a leg right here because he's
Getting
only going to
shot on
take
the
it at a
third
137
leg.
with
Gary
two double
Stone.
tops. The highlight reel of Gary Stone has just had something added to it. Absolutely glorious.
Fourth leg, it's
From
Gary
Stoney.
Blades to throw first. $180.
He's had 3 shots at a double in the match as Gary Blades. All in one leg.
60.
But on the whole, his opponent has dominated him.
58. $81.
Blades is starting to get his act together on that treble 20 bet,
101.
which shouldn't really be worrying for Stone just yet. But he doesn't want to be embroiled in one of those games
41.
where his opponent chips away at him. Stone wants this leg to be a temporary glitch.
58. $99. Gary require 104.
So many options on 104. Ooh, interesting. You haven't seen that route in a
88.
while.
$68.
And Stone's got to be careful.
Gary requires
He's caught
16.
in a visit there where he wasn't fully focused. He doesn't want that to infect the rest of his match.
8.
But he does get a look at a 152
Gary
to win it by 4 legs to nil.
152. $60. Gary require
Blades
8.
keep the game alive? This is really awkward. How does he hit this double 4? Look at that.
No score.
He hit the double
Gary
18.
require
That was such a
92.
difficult shot. Double 16.
76.
Could have won the match 4 legs to nil, which would have done his leg difference so
Gary
much
require
good.
8. Game shot on the
And
fourth
Blades
leg.
takes advantage.
Gary Blades.
That is a 23 dart leg. Really interesting now. Can Gary Stone get the job done when he has the darts?
Fifth leg, it's Gary Stone to throw first.
Let's see what his mindset is like. Because he knows he should have won the match by now.
100.
And after missing 2 match darts, you have to be a dart player to understand how it feels to still be throwing when you could have won a
57.
match.
$43.
He's not playing with the same zip as he had a little bit earlier. He's got to find it again.
24.
But he is being let off the hook by his opponent, who is wilting in the Friday morning
60.
heat.
$54. 134.
That's more like it. That'll make Gary feel a whole lot better. He's only missed 3 darts at a double in this match.
135.
2 of them to
Gary
win it.
required 164.
But he should surely get more. Fancies it.
Game.
Hits it. What a shot from Gary Stone. And now, with that win, he goes to 10 points. And that's his biggest finish of the week. We've had a 167 from Matthew Edgar earlier, a 164 now from Gary Stone. Overall, the doubles were excellent. The average wasn't as good as earlier, but he won't care about that. He's got the 2 points. That's exactly what he came for. Matthew Edgar is at the top of the table on 10 points, and with the best leg difference, what can he do in match number 6 against Carl Hamilton? Matthew Edgar was top of the table before Gary Stone did what he just did, which is another big win over Gary Blades. Let's have a look at the table as Edgar takes on Carl Hamilton in match number 6. Stone for the first time at the top after multiple matches played. And that leg difference is very healthy now at +10. But Edgar could return to the top if he can get another win over Carl Hamilton just like yesterday. As for Carl, if he wins his 4 remaining matches, he would get to 10 points. But that's not going to be enough.
I think it's Matthew
in this
to
table.
throw first. Game on.
He should have won his first game. He let that one slip.
60.
Gave Gary Blades a slim chance of staying in the battle. But this is fast becoming a table where Stone and Edgar are the 2 main horses. And it's up to Dennant and Blades, who play next, to try and keep pace. That next match is massive.
140.
Well, let's concentrate on this one. And yesterday, Carl did not play well in this fixture.
140.
Whereas Matthew Edgar just plodded along, really, with an 89 average and did what he was doing yesterday. But already today, I can see changes in Hamilton. Maybe he's just a bit more relaxed, more at ease with this challenge.
59.
And if he can somehow beat Edgar, that would be a massive blow to his chances of coming through this group.
115. Matthew Rock 142.
Superb opening leg from Carl.
96.
His best leg of the week so far is a 17 darter.
Game shown
That's
the
changed
first leg.
by quite a few
Hamilton.
darts. 13 darter and somebody has switched him on. Great to see.
Second leg, it's Cole to throw first. Game on.
That also being a break of throw,
100.
there will be a couple of people at least in the practice area thinking that's a good leg for us.
140.
But getting rid of Edgar is no easy task at the minute. He's a very different player to Group A the first 3 days of the week.
44.
He likes being the man.
97.
And I don't mean that in a nasty way. I think that when he plays in this group format, he likes being at the top of the table. He's very comfortable with it.
93.
Whereas some players aren't. They feel vulnerable when they're at the top of the table. I don't get that vibe from Matthew.
94. Matthew Rock 124.
Chance. And he didn't go for the
84.
14.
Colin Rock 170.
Well, okay. Over to you, Carl.
$98. Matthew Rock 40.
The gamble paid off. But only if you hit 10s.
30. Colin requires 72.
Oh, Carl. You can see what he thinks of that one.
32. Matthew required 10.
Double 5.
Game
And
shot
it is
the
a break
second
back.
Matthew
After
Edgar.
a minor scare, he's fortunate that his opponent did not get a shot at double in leg number 2, but he took full advantage of it.
So look, it's Matthew to throw first.
There is a bit of a narrative in this game because
58.
I mentioned earlier that Carl is using Durrant darts. And over the course of the last 2 or 3 seasons, there have been a few interesting exchanges between
43.
Durrant and Matthew Edgar. They've shared a bit of online banter.
43.
I'm not adverse to a bit of that. I find it quite entertaining.
60.
One thing I did watch yesterday when we had a break in sessions,
140.
as if I can't get enough of this sport, I watched a bit of Edgar TV when he was talking about the possibility of Fallon Sherrick not making the World Championship this year, because she's in New Zealand next week when the Women's Series events are on in Hildesheim, Germany.
100.
And he was talking about the intricacy of losing in the Dutch World Series event in Amsterdam in the summer.
95.
And the fact that she lost early and could take part in Women's Series events the following couple of days. I think it was a great video.
96.
And very eloquently explained. So well done, Matt. It was a really good watch.
56. Matthew Rockman, 64.
That's okay. As is that.
Game
As is that.
on the third leg.
He's been doing that a
Matthew
lot
Edgar.
more often over the last couple of days. Just picking off these finishes without any stress. And look where that landed.
Look, it's Cole to throw first.
Not
Game on.
smack bang in the middle, but very close to it.
$100.
I
93.
wonder if it's going to be Edgar's week. He seems to be climbing the mountain ever so slightly, quicker and quicker and quicker,
140.
getting more energy as he goes.
58.
I called him a workhorse a little bit earlier in the week. I stand by it. He's not afraid to put in the hard yards to get to
49.
where he wants to be. And we know where he wants to be come tomorrow.
96.
Superb darts.
180.
First maximum of this match. And that's now 2 consecutive matches where he's found a maximum.
58.
First time he's done that this week.
32.
He's already found 3 today as opposed to 1 yesterday.
No score.
But that is not going to hurt him. Not just yet, anyway. Providing he
28.
finds 32 this time.
32. Game shot
And he
the 4
does.
flag.
Maybe a
Cole
little bit of a
Hamilton.
sighter in the previous visit. It's not often you see somebody hit double 16 twice in the leg to win it, but it's just happened.
Fifth leg, it's Matthew to throw first.
One of the things I was
100.
explaining to a very young coaching client of mine recently is that there's a popular doubles practice game called Double Double, where you go from
43.
double 1 to double 2 to double 3 in sequence all the way through to the bullseye, and the aim is to get 2 of every double in
82.
one visit. It was actually Peter Wright that enlightened me about this, and he was so right. Why would you practice
59.
trying to hit 2 double 1s? You will never need it. There are only 4 doubles on the board
59.
that you will
Carl's
ever
last
need to
scorer
hit
called
twice in a visit.
59, Not 99.
18s, 19s, 20s, and bullseye. That's it. You'll never need to hit 2 double 17s because that's 68 points. And logic states that you would go 18 bull.
140.
So forget about double-double. It's just a practice game. It doesn't have any sort of relevance to getting better
140.
in this format. That's your daily practice game tip from me.
40. Matthew Rock 120.
I've actually got a much better practice game for you. I'll talk to you about that in a second. Let's see what Matthew Edgar does on 120 first.
56.
Interesting choice. He obviously didn't want to leave double 10 because he had a lovely guide for that 60 bit.
44. Matthew Rock 64.
Familiar territory.
24.
He'll come back for tops. He
52.
will hope to hit it immediately.
40. $20.
Hit
Only
it, he
require
does not.
123.
No shot at bullseye for Carl.
55.
And Edgar, who tried to
Matthew
dodge double
20.
10 earlier in the leg, has left himself on it.
10.
I smell trouble.
Holly requires 68. $48.
But that miss of the
Matthew
jackal,
required
that
10.
dart that dives at the end,
Games
denies
on
him
the
leg
fifth
5.
leg.
And
Matthew
even though
Edgar.
Edgar's not playing his premium stuff here in his second match of the day, he's still winning by 3 legs to 2.
Sixth leg, it's Carl to throw first.
We do record all of the averages, but trust me when I say
59.
this, we don't take the averages into account when it comes to the points tally. All he wants is to be the first person
100.
to 12 points in the table to go back to the top. Yes, but that practice game that you could choose to use
24.
instead of double-double, it's a very similar game, but it's a bit more functional. It's one of my favourite words right now, functional.
140.
But it's so apt for this game called Hog. It's where you have to get 2 double ones
134.
to move on to double 2. Then you've got to get 2 double 2s to move on. But it's not that simple.
81.
If you hit a double 1 and then you miss it, you'll obviously go for the double 1 with dart 3. And you play this game against somebody else.
46.
But if you miss the double twice, with your last dart you go for the bullseye. If you hit the bullseye, you keep your turn. And in turn,
100.
you're practicing your last dart bullseyes as well. Which, in a game situation, is invaluable. That game is
56.
called
Matthew
Hog.
require 80.
Edgar's hogging the limelight, but
48.
not taking the victory just yet. I don't blame him for leaving double 1.
32.
Second maximum of the match.
Game
but a match
shot
is
on
lost.
the match.
Edgar too
Matthew
good,
Edgar.
and Hamilton now mathematically eliminated by Matthew Edgar. There you go. A little bit of a play on words. And the average is identical. You don't see that very often, do you? So, interesting little play on numbers as well. But Edgar back at the top of the table on 12 points. We'll take a short break now, but when we come back, it's going to be a huge game between Gary Blades and Matthew Dennant. And that will start round 3 of our matches for Friday morning. It's now officially a 4-horse race with 2 players cut out of the likelihood of getting through this group. So, down to Matthew Dennant and Gary Blades in Game 7, a huge game in Group C. Now, I want to drag your attention to the leg difference column. Second from the right, Dennant on +8, Blades on -2. I know their points totals are the same, but if Blades loses this game, he could be cut adrift as well. He'd only have 2 matches left. It's now a knockout scenario for Gary Blades, in my opinion.
First. Game on.
But Matthew Dennant has got that leg difference in the bank. What he would love is a big win here against one of Lincoln's finest.
38.
Because if he can find it, he would get to 10 points. The same as Gary Stone. And he's got games
58.
against Gary Stone to come, which is a bit of a live league 4-pointer. And Carl Hamilton left.
134.
He's probably thinking right now, I may need to win all 3.
115.
I'd have to agree with him. But it may depend on what Edgar and Stone do as well.
98.
We'll cross each bridge as we come to them. First and foremost, these 2 points have got to be taken by somebody.
101.
And 130 has been left by Blades. His best finish of the week so far, which he found yesterday.
40. Gary record 130.
He is not going to replicate it.
31. Mate, you reckon 155. $93.
That's
Gary
worked out pretty
record
well.
99.
Blades should not have left this 99. However,
67.
nudged that wire.
Mate, you record 62. Game shot in the first leg.
That's what you like to see if you're a player. Wasn't his purest of shots, but look at where this hit the double 16. Right in the bottom corner. Doesn't care one jot because that break of throw gives him the impetus he desperately craved at the start of this contest.
Game on.
Now, am I right in thinking that his friend Dave Carnell said that his pals were watching from The Nut? I'm guessing that's a pub.
96.
I think it would sound pretty cool, actually, the way they say it around his neck of the woods. Down the nut.
140.
Yeah, my West Midlands accent is not the best. I have had a tweet, actually, from someone called Patrick Nolan.
130.
Asking a somewhat off-topic question. Asking, how does Scott Waits qualify for the World Championship this year?
41.
Well, that's a really good question, Patrick, because Scott Waits currently sits in the 32nd qualifying position on the Pro Tour, which, if he keeps it over the next few months, will qualify him for Alexandra Palace. But he's only £250 ahead of Ryan Joyce right now.
120. Gary record 145.
So over the next 4 months, he has lots of opportunities to keep that spot. If he does fall outside that spot,
42.
he'll have to go to the last chance qualifier, which is in the last week of November. I hope that answers your question.
Game
that answers another question for Dennant, who in 15 darts has now protected a very valuable lead.
So look, it's Gary to throw first. Game on. $135.
There you see The averages are the same, once again, just like the last match, albeit about 12 more than we saw from Edgar and Hamilton.
97. $140.
Blades is not going to go quietly into the night. Just like Independence Day.
60.
Remember when Bill Pullman said that to all of the troops before they mounted an assault on the aliens? We will not go quietly into the night.
41. $100.
If you'd like to get in touch and tell us your favourite movie quote, why not? At Darts Live League. At the Asset 180, I'd love to hear from you. One of my favourites is from The Dark Knight.
57. Gary record 51.
When the Joker says, if you're good at something, never do it for free. Now, does that make me a capitalist?
19.
And Gary doesn't capitalise on a very good scoring leg.
$57. Gary record 32.
Things are getting interesting. Double four.
28.
And Dennett has hope.
Mate, you record 130.
Unexpected chance for a double break. What a dart.
91.
Blades feared the worst,
Gary record 4.
but he has woken up to see he's still in the leg. Okay, pick a spot. Try and find it. I think he's doing the right thing from the right-hand side. He's going to have to throw this hard to the top right.
No score. Mate, you require 39.
This will be like Christmas for Dennant. He shouldn't have got to look at the 130. He shouldn't have got to look at the 39. But he unwraps the leg for a 3-0 lead.
Dennant.
And he's very close to Babylon, which is a 4-0 victory, giving him the points and the leg difference he craves.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on. $51. $135.
What you're seeing from Dennett is a very solid technique from a right-eye dominant
60.
player. And if you are going to mimic somebody, you could go far worse than copying Matthew Dennett's technique. But what we've got from Blades is left-eye dominance,
34.
meaning he has to drag the dart towards his left eye being right-handed. Somewhat unconventional,
55.
but it's a lot more common than you think.
$90.
A wry
42.
smile from Dennant,
Gary
but he
Rick
doesn't want to slow down
142.
here. Just because he was given a bit of a present by Blades in leg number 3 doesn't mean he can afford to slow
88.
down. Leg difference could come into play. And remember, Gary Stone has got a game in hand on him, as has Edgar. This is a must-win scenario.
83. Gary record 54.
Okay. That leaves double 13. He's making us wait for it.
38.
And he's decided not to go for it. Actually, that was really smart. Just imagine if he'd gone for that double 13 with dart 3. and left himself on an odd number. I think that was really smart there from Blades. Showing good game awareness.
46. Gary requires 16.
And he prefers this side of the board anyway. Not that he's there that long.
Game shown the
He
fourth
does get his first leg
Gary
of the
Blades.
contest. He missed quite a lot of darts at double until that point. That's his first hit in 13 attempts.
Fifth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
If you'd have said to Dennant that after 4 legs he was averaging short of 77, he will have feared that he would have lost the match by 4 legs to 0. No such misfortune.
86. $140.
What can't be ignored is that Blades has figured out how to start scoring again.
140.
And Dennant, until that 140, only his second of the match, had drastically slowed down from earlier.
100.
But that is excellent.
Gary record 136.
A great 6-dart burst. But it's Blades who has scored better of these two. This is still a match-winning chance.
89. Gary record 40.
Guide and a half. 2 of them.
20.
Match point Dennant. For 10 points.
That you require 56.
And the best leg difference in the group.
$46.
But he hasn't got it.
Gary required 20.
And there's no guarantee he's even going to win the match.
No score.
Well, he found the hole of the 10. But that was a really difficult shot with the way his darts sit in the board.
Matt, you require 10.
Dennant for 5s. Just to get the job done. That's all he wants. But it's not what he gets.
6. Gary required 20.
That's 4 mismatched darts now. But Blades has got the same problem.
80.
And he's somewhat fortuitously left himself on double 1. Dennant wins.
Shot on the match.
Wasn't a classic by any means. I'm being quite kind with my words there. It wasn't a great game, but ultimately, look at that checkered percentage for Gary Blades. 1 out of 21. Well, I think you'll want to forget that. Let's just scrub that, shall we? But a really important 2 points for Matthew Dennant. But the games in hand for the likes of Stone and Edgar over the next couple of matches will be key. First, up steps Matthew Edgar against his good pal, Aaron Beanie. heat is still on Matthew Edgar at the top of the table. He's got the best points total, but he has 2 people in pursuit, only 1 win behind. He has to maintain his really good form from the last couple of days here against Darren Beeney. Beanie is eliminated, but Edgar now could put serious heat on Dennant and Stone and almost soap his position in the Saturday finals with a heavy win here. 2 more wins and he's safe. Simple as that.
Okay, feels like it's Aaron to throw first. Game on.
But he could open up a 4-point cushion at the top.
99.
And by the end of this round of matches, we could be looking at a 3-horse race.
60.
The reason for me putting Gary Blades pretty much out of the reckoning now is because his leg difference at -5 is now
96.
14 legs behind Edgar, 16 behind Matthew Dennant, and 15 behind
100.
Gary Stone. That cannot be ignored. It's pretty much the same as an extra 2 points. But
61.
what Edgar needs really for comfort is exactly what he did yesterday against his pal Beanie. A 4-1 win,
93.
a 95 average, 80% on the doubles. It was as complete a performance as he's given us all week. With maybe the
55.
exception of his win against Gary Blades yesterday, which was statistically just a little bit better.
100.
I always see this fixture as the fairest
100.
in the Group C table
148.
because it's the same time slot, the same 2 people going at it.
60.
Game number
Aaron
8
number
is
190.
scheduled all the time for 11:30 a.m. And they started the game right on 11:30.
Game
The first
shot
leg of
the
this
first
contest
leg.
goes to Beanie,
Aaron Beanie.
who today has the darts. Didn't have them yesterday. It didn't have a massive bearing on it, but you never know what is possible today.
Second leg, it's Matthew to throw first.
You
100.
may think that Edgar's quite safe at the top. Anything but. Let's say he loses this game. He loses to Gary Stone
60.
and loses to Gary Blades in match 14. He would finish on 12 points. And he could easily be
135.
overtaken by Dennant, by Stone, or indeed by Blades himself.
134. 60.
I did get a tweet about somebody's favourite line from a movie, and it's a very good one too. Anthony Webster's been in
43.
touch, saying that his favourite movie line was from Apocalypse Now. I love the smell of napalm in the
140.
morning. That's very famous. Thanks for getting in touch, Anthony. Have a great weekend. Hope you're enjoying the coverage.
140. Matthew records 66.
If you'd like to add to that, by all means, get in touch. Double 16.
34.
And
Aaron
Beanie could
records
double his lead.
24. 92. Matthew records 32. Game
Great
shot on the
response from
second
Edgar.
leg.
He did have to
Matthew
dodge
Edgar.
that tum plus finish from Beanie, but he didn't get too close to it, luckily for prime time.
Third leg, it's Aaron to throw first. T1. 100.
Is it really 2.5 years since Aaron Beanie won his tour card? I was at that Q school, and he was one of
95.
the stories of that Q school. Just to give you an indication of who he
100.
beat to win his tour card outright. That famous day. I'm just going to scroll through his matches to see who he beat of note. In fact, I've seen at least a couple of them
100.
you would recognise.
$65.
After he'd won a couple of matches, he was pitted against a certain Scott
87.
Williams.
Aaron, you're 120.
He's done pretty well since, hasn't he? How can Aaron do on a Shanghai 120?
Game shot in the
Perfectly
third leg.
is the answer.
Aaron Beanie.
Causing problems. There's no pals act here. He knows that Edgar needs the points, but Beanie does not want to relinquish them very easily at
Matthew to
all.
throw first.
After Beanie beat Scott Williams at Q School a couple of years ago in the last 128, he then beat Adam Mould, then took out Matthew Finch, then Dave Ladley,
85.
then he took out Martin Atkins, who at the time was gracing the England squad. And he took out Jared Cole for that tour card by 5 legs to 4 in the final.
140.
I actually made the last 16 of that day, losing to Seigo Asada, who ultimately lost out as well
140.
to Jeff Smith in the final.
Matthew, 121.
Trying to answer back once again, just like leg 2.
89.
Chooses not to go for the bullseye this time.
$60. Matthew required 32. Game shot on the
13
fourth
darter
leg.
from Matthew Edgar takes his average above the 96 mark. His doubles are pretty good as well. 2 hits from 3. All he's got to do is find a break and protect his throw the way he's done so
It's
far.
Aaron to throw first. $60.
Just having a little look at the personal best average, in fact, of
119.
Aaron Beanie when he was a tour card holder. And in fact, everything that he has done since getting that tour card, his PB was a 99.2 in beating Dirk van Dijvenbode last season. One of his biggest wins
47.
of his career. And that was in March of 2021 when Dirk was in winning form.
60.
But that tells me that he is yet to find a 3-figure average. Something to maybe tick off his list in the times to come. His personal best here, 90.65.
96. $55.
He's not quite at that level in this game. Averaging around 88.
54.
But Edgar is smelling an opportunity all of a sudden. Could leg 5 be the one where he breaks?
180.
It could well be. After that second maximum of this match, he's looking at tops for a 3-2 lead and a chance to serve it out in leg 6.
134. Matthew required 40. Game shot in the
Wonderfully
fifth
done.
Matthew
You can't
Edgar.
do it any better than that. 220 in 4 darts, no matter how you look at it, world class from Edgar.
See if it's Matthew to throw first.
If you look between his teeth right now,
You'll
find a bit.
180.
and that's now 7 perfect darts from Edgar.
85.
The streak of perfect darts is over,
100.
but the average is climbing. And if he can dispose of this leg in the next 6 darts, we might just be seeing a new personal best from Matthew here at Live League Darts.
131.
He's never had a ton plus average at the Live League.
99. Matthew Rock, 90.
Is he about to get one?
58.
I don't think he is. And like yesterday in one of his matches where he averaged about 98, he's come really close to a 3-figure average. But he doesn't get
shot
one.
on the match.
98.96 though. It is a personal best. Well done, Matt. That is a really good performance on the doubles again against Aaron Beanie. Just like yesterday, 4 hits from 5. But that personal best average and the 2 points that come with it put him almost in Saturday night. He only needs one more victory from his final 2 matches. Beanie, it was very good in the first few legs, but ultimately Matthew was just too good. We'll take a short break, but when we come back, it's going to be Gary Stone against Carl Hamilton. It's all about Gary Stone, and he, like Edgar in that match, needs the next 2 points available to him. welcome back, darts fans. We are past the halfway point in our Friday action in Group C, and this game is all about Gary Stone and what he can do over the next 7 legs, prospectively. Edgar now has a 4-point gap at the top. He is looking very good for the finals. He's got 2 games to go, as has Matt Dennant, but Gary Stone has a game in hand. Can he get to 12 to put extra pressure on Dennant? Blades is looking like he's cut adrift a little bit.
Throw first. Game on.
And we know that Hamilton and Beanie are already gone. They can make plans for the weekend, but Stone wants to stick around.
81.
Over the last 4 days, Gary has had
100.
up and down days. But because of the nature of this group, he's not afforded any bad games now. And maybe the extra adrenaline that's pumping through his veins just to promote this almost knockout mentality that he's having to bring into these matches, it might just help him. You know that when you play your first game on a Monday morning, that if you do lose it, that's okay, I've got another 14 to go. But in this scenario, you're feeling as urgent as you could possibly feel ahead of finals on Saturday.
$64. Gary Brook 161.
These finishes aren't going to scare him anymore. He's already taken a 164 today.
62. Carly Rock 161.
That was an interesting leave. So is this.
128. Gary Rock 199.
Interesting try. Look north. Stay there. Oh,
69.
so close. Tried to nestle it in and it just bounced to the left. Does this bounce in?
1. Gary requires 30.
To Gary's delight, it does not.
Game shot in the first.
But that one does.
Gary
Stone. As you can see, now he's got the green arrow next to his name. He has broken through in leg 1. Scenario number 1. Tick.
Second leg, it's Gary to throw first. $85.
If you think players like Beanie and Hamilton, who are already out of this table, think that they want to be swept aside by the guys vying for the top, think again. You get a strange little kick out of denying them points.
96.
And easy wins. I've been in both scenarios. Something kicks in called pride.
60.
Hamilton's only got 1 win, and that was his first game of the group against Aaron Beanie. He's lost 6 matches since. He'll be thinking right now, I do not want to leave this group without another win.
$60.
I mentioned the 164 that Gary took in match 5.
$56.
Well, that switch to me made no sense. Mathematically, that was a wrong tactic there from Carl.
140.
And Stone is looking good for 2-0, providing he finds double 12.
78.
Wasn't put under any pressure when he had the 164. And the lack of pressure told.
Gary Stone.
34 darts for the first 2 legs. You just wonder if he can find 34 darts for the next 2. Will that be good enough for a 4-0 victory?
Third leg, it's Carl to throw first.
Based on Carl's current average, it should be.
180.
Now, I'm going to pitch my tent right now. I think they were the 3 best darts he's thrown all week. And by all week, I mean the last 27 hours. All 3 came out of the hand at the right time.
83.
Didn't have to engage that right shoulder to throw it a bit harder. Just showing us the talent that he does have.
96.
He may not have proved it over the last couple of days, but it's definitely there.
$100.
His area of the world is littered with very good talents. We probably should have
96.
seen a lot more of Glenn Durrant before he hit the big time. He decided to stay local for quite a long time before he went national and then international with his career.
98.
But there have been a lot of other world-class talents coming from that part of the world.
91. Carly require 40.
To equalise his best leg
Game
of this
shot on the
group.
third leg.
He had 2
Carl
17s
Hamilton.
yesterday, which was his best effort. Today, he's got 2 13s, so you can see the improvement is coming.
We'll flick it's Gary to throw first. Game on. $96.
You'd have to say that Gary Stone has reached a higher level than Carl in his career so far, but Gary's been playing for a lot longer. He's played for his country. He's won a ranking tournament in
59.
Sweden. He's won the Europe Cup singles. He's played at multiple World Championships.
58.
But Gary's looking to break through in a different way over the next few years.
59.
He'd like to be a PDC Tour regular, making appearances at places like Minehead and Alexandra Palace and
57.
possibly places like the Winter Gardens in his future. That's what everybody wants to do. And another maximum there.
180.
Second of the match for Carl. Oh, back comes Stoney with one of his own.
180.
This game's caught fire.
$58. Gary record 110.
That leaves 72.
54. Carly record 145.
Feeling somewhat glum about that effort. Feel better, Gary, because you're coming back.
97.
Only
Gary
just.
record 56. Game
Oh,
shot
it's
on
right in the
fourth
corner.
leg.
Much
Gary
needed
Stone.
double. And Stone, who needs points as well as legs, without reply from his opponent, finds a really handy double 10 there.
We flick it's Carl to throw first.
You can see that Carl's average is actually better than the person who was
42.
winning. Like my old good friend Graham Stoddart once told me, from the same sort of area of the world as Carl. Averages lie.
180.
But we now have 2 maximums each for these players in this match. A good quality contest.
99.
You can see the intensity on his face.
91.
He will not relent. He is giving this every single piece of focus he's got.
100.
Got to stay straight. He's definitely got his head on. Because his
60.
initial reaction was to switch there, and he decided not to. Because he realised on 230, 3 single 20s minimum leaves him a finish for the match.
20.
And he's got a minimum of 6 darts now for this.
170. 42.
He wanted more than that, though.
125, Gary. 128.
Just wants to get rid of it. 60 bull.
103.
First
Oliver
match
Coyne,
start
111.
slips by. He might not get another in this leg,
79.
but he does.
Gary required 25.
Should get 2.
Good
Superb
shot
from Gary
on the
Stone.
match.
It
Gary
wasn't his
Stone.
best performance of the week, but the timing of some of the shots and the 180 hitting in the last few legs as well, that's what got him over the line. And he goes to second position in the table behind Edgar on 12 points. So it's Matthew Dennant who is now chasing the top 2. He's on 10. Gary Blades and Aaron Beanie will take part in match number 10. They can't qualify, but let's see what they can do in a best of 7 leg match next. It's round number 4 of our matches for Friday morning going into the afternoon now. And this next match will not affect who will qualify because Gary Blades' leg difference is so under par that he's not going to be able to catch the top 3. At -5, even if he wins his last 2 matches by 4 legs to nil, he can only get to +3. And I don't see Dennant, Stone or Edgar going that low. And with 2 matches left, the best that Blades can do is 12 points.
Hey, first leg, it's Aaron to throw first. Game on.
Let's not forget that Edgar and Stone have to play each other. And Stone and Dennant have to play each other as well. Which means that they will be out of points reach as well as leg difference. So a valiant effort from Gary Blades. But ultimately,
27.
The day he's had, where he's only picked up 1 win from 3, has subjected him to being relegated from this group.
59.
And ultimately not in the finals again. Like we thought it possibly could be with Edgar, Dennett and Stone. They had made Saturday nights before, but Hamilton, Beanie and Blades had not.
140.
And that is remaining the case. This is what happens sometimes when you realise you're eliminated and the adrenaline just dissipates from your body. Your arm feels very different. But the adrenaline of playing darts, whereas sometimes it can be a bit of an addictive thing, I can't even begin to imagine the adrenaline levels that Aaron Beenie gets as a prison officer. Some of the things that he has to do. We should be very grateful for what he does for the service.
64. $39. Aaron number 24.
Double 12 for this first leg.
Game shown the
very
first
tidy.
leg.
Very tidy indeed. He can't make the top 4 of the table, Aaron Beenie, but he can bolster his position in 5th.
Second leg, it's Gary to throw first.
Best he can do is 6 points on this table, and Blades is already at 8.
84.
It's conceivable that Blades could get 3rd. But that's only if Matthew Dennant falters. And he'll be hoping he's not going to do that against Carl Hamilton next. Because if he does, he's in a whole host of trouble.
$39. $100. $135.
I keep looking at the back of Gary's shirt, and where it's a Z, it looks like a 7. But he's got something that looks like a kitchen knife under it. Quite similar to what you would have seen on Gordon Ramsay's Kitchen Nightmares.
137.
He's had some good stuff over the last couple of days, but I suppose you would categorise not qualifying as a little bit of a nightmare.
92. Gary Rick,
There's an opportunity here for Beanie. But first chance to Blades.
74.
And that opportunity for Aaron is to potentially record his first ton plus average. If I was standing in his shoes, I'd say this is an opportunity for him.
37.
He's been really close in his career. If he can put in a really good display,
on the second leg.
it's still possible.
Gary Blades.
Even though Gary Blades takes that second leg on double 16, so much more prominent at finding the target down in that corner.
So look, it's Aaron to throw first.
Only 24 in the averages.
55.
What did I say in the last game? Averages lie? They do.
96.
It's one of those old sayings that lives with you. A bit like the thing that I was taught very, very early in my county career for Northumberland.
120.
You have to learn to lose before you learn to win. The token of that in my 25 years of playing competitive darts is that when you lose, you learn
60.
the value of a win. That's what I take from that. But you have to also learn to lose
58.
gracefully before you can win gracefully. And I know from someone like me who has lost pretty badly at certain times in his career.
59.
It seems like I'm contradicting myself, but adrenaline did funny things to me.
59.
We've had another tweet about someone's favourite movie line, and it reminds me of my good friend Colin Lloyd.
28.
Isn't as buxom as he once was. He's lost a shed load of weight. Looking very, very
100.
svelte these days is our Lloydie. But Gavin has got in touch saying that his favourite movie line is "We're going to need a bigger boat." But in Lloydie's case these days,
140.
he
Gary,
doesn't need a big boat.
161.
He could fit in a rowing boat.
$36.
36 scored.
36.
36 left for his opponent. Horrible lie.
27.
Absolutely disgusting
Gary,
lie.
125. $81. Aaron, you require 9.
2 fours.
1.
And he gets a really bad bounce
Gary,
off that dart as well.
44.
That's a good lie.
12.
Oh, and it bounced right off it but didn't go in.
Aaron, you require 8. Game shot on the third leg.
I hate to
Aaron
say it, but I
Beanie.
think that's one of the worst legs of the week. I don't think it's the worst, but it does give Aaron Beanie a 2-1 advantage.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first. $140.
There's darts happening all around the world as we speak. We've not just got Live League darts right now, but World Series
47.
darts in Australia and Wollongong is going on right now. And also development tour darts in the PDC, where all of the under 25s
100.
are doing battle over the course of the next 3 days in Hildesheim, Germany. I've never known a darting
121.
landscape like right now, where it's so everywhere. No matter where you look, something's going on.
45.
But isn't it great? Great to be a darts fan
100.
right now. No matter where you are in the world, there's something to watch. And we're getting to know the players even better year on year.
46.
It's great for somebody like me. I get the amount of information about these players from matches like this. I get to see their strengths, their weaknesses, tendencies.
125. Gary, 170.
One thing we get from Gary Blades is
108.
honesty. Double 16.
Game
Fair
shot
play,
the
Aaron
fourth
Beanie
leg.
with a 15 darter.
Aaron Beanie.
Taking his average towards the 83 mark. But that was a brilliant finish.
If you flick it, Aaron to throw first.
Blades was thinking, surely this is my leg. But Aaron's looking to turn around
60.
yesterday's result. Blades won 4-2 yesterday. He's not going to win 4-2 today.
140.
He might not win at all.
58.
Beanie's already won one match in this group. He would love to get a second. His first
96.
was against Matt Dennant yesterday. That could well prove to be really costly for the scholar.
140.
We will be seeing Dennett after this
85.
against Carl Hamilton. He must get 2 points.
60.
What it would do is make round number 5 today outrageously exciting.
60.
Can Beanie sink 183 in 6?
60. Gary require 120.
Is he given a chance? Tops.
80.
He is given hope.
123.
He took 108 in the last leg. He's not going to take 1, 2, 3.
$47. Gary required 40. Game shot on
Yeah,
the
that's a
fifth
good
leg.
shot from Gary Blades.
Gary Blades.
That's a 17 darter from him. And that side of the board, I wouldn't say that's his favourite, but he has had some good darts down there.
Sixth leg, it's Gary to throw first.
If you survey the way his darts do fly in the air, the flights go left of the
45.
point towards the end. And when he goes for the right-hand doubles, he covers the bed of the double if he misses it.
180.
That's our first maximum of the match.
42.
Please remember, if you are choosing to gamble on any of the outcomes here at the Online Darts Live League, please gamble responsibly.
140.
It's for over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information. The reason I mention that is
96.
because Aaron Beanie is on the cusp of a King of the Oki performance, which is the win, the most 180s, and the highest finish.
100.
He's got 180, a 108 checkout, and 81 left for the win
36. Aaron
to get his second win in this group. Surely it's just a matter of time.
61.
If this was a UFC fight,
93.
I think Gary
Aaron
Blades will be ready
20.
to tap.
Game shot
And Aaron
on the
Beanie
match.
does submit.
Aaron
Gary
Beanie.
Blades for his second win. You can see what it meant to him. That big smile from the prison officer. Fair play to Aaron Beanie with some good darts in there. Solid checkouts, solid average. That 108 was the highlight. A really good pure shot to get his second win of the group. Blades officially out of the running now, and he will remain in the bottom 3 throughout the course of the day. But Matthew Dennant, it all goes to him now. He plays Carl Hamilton in our next match. After this break, he must get 2 more points. With Gary Blades now out of the running, let's go straight down to the hockey to look at the table with 5 matches remaining in Group C. Dennett in third, which is a position with 2 matches to go that is not good enough to progress to the finals. His opponent has got one thing on his mind, to try and do what Aaron Beeney's just done to get his second win. But Dennant must get some points here to put big pressure on Gary Stone, who plays against Edgar
First
after
leg,
this.
it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
The person under the most pressure is without a doubt the scholar Matthew Dennant. That's what he does with pressure.
180.
Simple as that, really. All he wants to do is what he did yesterday.
24.
Saved one of his best performances for Carl in match 5 on Thursday. Averaged 98.5. 50% of the doubles.
100.
And I hasten to say that's probably going to be good enough if he does it again.
100. 177.
I think you might be able to say that this is a pretty good opening leg from Matthew Dennant. A 177, a 180.
140. Matt, you
And he's on
require
Motown after
44.
9. Double 16.
28.
If you want to know why it's called Motown. 4 and tops.
137. Matt, you require 60.
You get it.
Game
And Dennant's
shot
got
on
the first leg in
leg.
13.
Matt Dennant.
He might be ready to put in his best darts of the entire week. And just like Stone, he might like the fact that he's in a knockout scenario.
Second leg, it's Carl to throw first.
He's doing the whole Blair Witch thing again as Dennant.
43.
Standing in the corner, looking away, being all scary. He's not a scary dude. In fact, he's lovely company.
58.
I don't know a single person in the sport of darts who has anything bad to say about Matthew Dennant.
60.
And he, like Matthew Edgar, has a Glenn Durrant story. Because it was a game that Glenn played against Matthew Dennant at Q School
80.
a few years ago, where Dennant could have beaten Glenn, and had he done that, Durrant would not have got a tour card.
100.
The rest is history, as they say.
77.
Dozer would go on to win 2 PDC titles and a Premier League.
93. 60.
As much as that first leg was comfortable, the second leg,
43.
less so, but that is good news. So is that.
134.
That's turned out to be a really good visit. Now he's plotting in his brain, how can I take out this 92? That one slipped out of Carl's hand.
40. Matt, you require 92.
I think he's had his mind made up.
Game shot on the
Perfectly
second
done.
leg. Matt Dennant.
That is 30 darts for the first 2 legs. 100.2 the average. And if he can replicate that, it could well be another 4-0 victory against the man from Darlington.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first.
He may even better his performance from yesterday.
39.
Now, if my maths is correct, when Matthew won yesterday, he completed
59.
the 4-0 victory in 59 darts.
125.
I do tell a lie, it was 61. Just doing it in my head. Because 59 would have been just over 100. 1 dart under 100
65.
averages. What exactly did he did get? 98.56. So it was 61 darts that he threw. This is ruthless.
39.
It just makes the next match even more enticing, doesn't it? Because if you think about what Dennant wants right now, it's the big win, and then what he needs
100.
is the other Matthew to beat Gary Stone. To stop Stone from getting to 14 points.
140. Matt, you require 97.
But don't forget that Dennant has got to play Stone in the final match of this group.
41.
It could come down to that, especially because their leg difference is so similar.
80. Matt, you
Every
require
leg counts.
56.
Tops.
Game shot on the third
Sublime
leg.
doubling.
Matt Dennant.
He's given himself enough chances. 56 that time, 50% on his doubles, and 7-0 up on Hamilton this week.
Fourth leg, it's Carl to throw first. 139.
Now let's say that Dennant wins, realistically, 4 legs to 1 if we follow through on the next 2 legs. His leg difference will go to plus
99.
14. That's key, because that would be 1 leg ahead of Stone.
77.
I'm not going to hazard a guess as to who's coming through this group. Possibly with
123.
Matthew Edgar. He's not safe yet. It's conceivable that Dennant and Stone could get through.
47. 55. 83.
I mentioned yesterday that Carl brought his family down towards the area where our studio is. And he was telling me yesterday he's going to treat a member of his family to Peppa Pig World over the weekend.
155.
That sounds like fun.
99.
Matt Dennant is on Motown again to finish the job. And what a job it was.
And the match.
For the second day in succession, he averages well over 90. And that is a 95.43 with 50% on the checkouts. Just exactly what the doctor ordered. So now it all goes to Matthew Edgar and to Gary Stone in our final match of round 4. It will tell us what is needed in our final round of matches. Do not go far. That game will follow this break. Biggest game of Group C so far, and it is going to be the undefeated Stone and undefeated Edgar from Friday to see who remains undefeated. This could have huge repercussions for Matthew Dennant. There you see Edgar. If he wins this game, he will be in the finals. Nobody will be able to catch him at the top of the table.
Matthew to throw first. Game on.
But for Stone, a win would put him in the ascendancy ahead of a final contest with Matthew Dennant in match 15.
100.
One of the only consolations for Stone is that even if he
91.
loses this game, it will all come down to that very final match.
60.
But he would much rather win this game and keep that confidence high.
60.
Edgar's got 2 games left as well. This one and a game with Gary Blades.
97.
He would love to get the job done with a game to spare. Yesterday he won his first 4 games
43.
and lost his 5th. He's following a very similar pattern today.
100.
Similar standard as well. He's been very good all day long. But today, I've got to say, I've been impressed with Gary. He's looked more focused throughout the whole campaign today than any other day this week.
94. Gary required
Off the back of the maximum. He's looking for a 127 in game. And that's what he finds.
Gary Stone.
World class 307 and 6 to start with a beautiful 15 dart.
Second leg, it's
break
Gary
it through.
to throw first. Game on. 97.
He's had that look of urgency all day long.
29.
We don't know what the repercussions are going to be for Matthew
48.
Dennant post this match. We just have to wait and see. But Edgar knows he's not safe yet.
140.
Now let's say that Stone wins this match. Then Dennant beats Stone and Edgar loses to Blades.
58.
That could happen. And that could eliminate Edgar. And I honestly don't remember the last time he wasn't top of the table.
140.
Let's go to the end of round 2 yesterday. Edgar was on 4 points.
180.
And he was at the top of the table then. So he's been at the top pretty much ever since
Gary
yesterday morning.
118.
What a dart for double 19.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
wow.
second leg.
What
Gary
darts
Stone.
from Gary Stone. A 127 out on the ball, then a 118. It doesn't get much better than that, especially if you're sitting in that Scotsman's seat right now.
Third leg, it's Matthew to throw first.
Incredible. Magnifique.
43.
Formidable. Or as they say in Scotland, pretty good.
100.
You know, I don't think that
60.
group format suits Gary. I think he's more of a knockout kind of guy. He has been a completely different beast today.
100.
Look at the intensity on his face. And he's not getting too wound up as well. It's a very fine balance that he's trying to massage here.
134.
It's intense, but it's not anger.
180.
And we've seen him play at this level before. It can at times
99.
be quite
Gary,
scary.
require 121.
He may not do a Graham Usher
57.
in finding 4 ton-plus finishes to win a match. But what he would give for a 4-0 victory. Edgar will be cursing himself at least leaving 165.
Gary requires 64.
Double 8.
48.
Chance missed, and you just don't know how valuable that leg could have been.
Game
Because
shot
the
on
leg is
third
gone.
leg. Matthew Edgar.
It's just class wherever you look. The average for Edgar is high 90s, and Gary Stone is also high 90s. What's going to happen in leg 4?
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first. $96.
Oh, how things could have been different had Stone found one of the 2 shots at double 8 for that 3-0 lead.
40.
He's behind Dennant by 2 legs in leg difference, and funnily enough, it's
100.
Edgar at the top who has the worst leg difference of the 3 at plus 11.
$45.
And if you think that Edgar's coasting right now, thinking, I'm going to be able to do enough in this and the next match, he's not thinking that way.
60.
He's feeling the pinch here a little bit. But this is a scenario he's been in many, many times
134.
in different facets during the game. He's been involved in playoffs and Q schools and tight scenarios. He's come through some and failed in others.
Gary require 145.
This will feel very familiar. $68.
97.
He leaves 48, which is fine for now.
$99. Gary require 48.
Can he dispose of the 2-darter this time?
Game shot on the fourth.
The answer is
leg.
yes.
Gary Stone.
That's a very tidy hold in 17 darts. Not the same standard that we've seen from these guys previously in the match, but Gary doesn't care. 3-1 is the advantage now.
Fifth leg, it's Matthew to throw first. 100.
I know it's all well and good saying that the best matches are maybe 105 each, but give me a mid-90s average match most of the week.
135.
Because I want a few misses in there as well for drama. We've had so much of that over the last few days.
140.
The drama of the Jim McEwen unbeaten run, which was ended at 14 matches in Group A
100.
and 16 in total for that new win streak record.
$91.
Edgar plotting his way to a 170. Gary will be hoping he does the same.
96.
And he does.
Matthew require 170.
I thought he was going to get a look at that.
98.
He's already
Gary
taken a
require
167 today. Gary's taken a
170.
164. Neither can take the biggest of the lot.
86. Matthew requires 72.
Are there more legs in this game? That's a missed single. I had to look twice. And Stone now knows to remain undefeated on
32.
Friday.
Gary
All he
require
needs
84.
is a treble 20 and a double 12. Or a bullseye.
59. Matthew require 40.
He hasn't missed a double yet. Now he has.
8.
What a chance for Stone.
Gary required 25.
Double 12.
13.
He's had so many
Matthew
chances to
required
take legs. He could have
32.
had this done by now. At least twice.
Game shot.
Could have won 4-0.
Matthew Edgar.
Could have won 4-1. Now it's 3-2, and all he wants are the points.
Sixth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on. $58.
Just a reminder, if Edgar gets out of this jam and wins by 4 legs to 3, he wins Group C.
100.
And by winning Group C, for Saturday night, that would put him in the same group as Jim McEwen.
96.
Whether that's a good or a bad thing, I don't know. You'd have to ask Matt if he wins the group. But the consolation for
100.
Stone, whether he knows it or not, is that even if he loses this game, he will be involved in a shootout
57.
for the second spot in the group with Matthew Dennant in game 15. He hasn't played this game like he's got that backup plan.
140.
He's playing the game
134.
because he
Matthew
wants to
require
win it.
161. 60. Gary, you require 156.
Another chance. He's already missed 3 match darts. He gets a 4th.
Game,
And hits the
shot,
4th.
And the match.
What a shot
Gary
from
Stone.
Stone, and what a game that was. Can we please watch that again? I enjoyed every single shot in that match. Those guys, I applaud you. Look at the averages. They weren't that brilliant. 94 for Stone, 91 for Edgar, but the game itself, absolutely sensational. So Edgar has to wait. His participation in Saturday night is put on hold. So we're going to take a short break. We all need it. But when we come back, the final round of matches in Group C. Welcome back to Live League Darts. I'm the asset Paul Nicholson, and we've got 3 more games for you in our afternoon session before we go into Group B a little bit later on tonight. 2 spots available, 3 players vying for those 2 spots, but in this game here, where Carl Hamilton and Aaron Beeney will play, neither person can qualify. Carl knows he's going to be at the foot of the table, but Aaron could get himself a 3rd win. After beating Gary Blades in match 10, he'll be feeling pretty chipper after that very decent performance. Let's see what they've got before we bid them adieu and send them into the weekend without a final
it's
spot.
Carl to throw first. Game on.
Carl, the only person yet to register a victory today. And in fact,
140.
the only victory he's had in the group came against Aaron yesterday by 4 legs to 2. He'll be hoping he can replicate that.
100.
Started with a 4-3 loss to Gary Blades, and that's a game he should not have lost. After
39.
that, 4-2 loss to Edgar, 4-1 loss to Gary Stone, and a 4-0 drubbing at the hands of Matthew Dennant, which for Matthew was
60.
vital. Now, just to give you an indication of what is coming up, because Matthew Edgar is not safe at the top of the table,
43.
because he's not at the top of the table anymore. He's in 2nd position. Gary Stone is now top, but he's not safe.
45.
Dennant and Stone will do battle against each other in match 15.
134.
And Edgar, if he wants to qualify before that game even starts in match 15, must beat Gary Blades. A win for him, and he will
17.
be through.
Carl, you require
If he loses,
145.
it could be Dennant and Stone who take him out.
41. 58. Carl, you require 104.
Stay there. Should have stayed there. Going for the 48 there, it doesn't make any sense to me because you've got a lovely
48.
dart hanging just above that 60 bed to leave double 12.
43.
Still
Carl, you
advantage Carl
require
though
56.
after 6 visits. And he decides to go for double 18.
Game shot on the
Good
first
plan.
leg. Carl Hamilton.
20 darts for the first leg. That'll do. As long as he can get 3 more of those, he will leave us with another win.
Second leg, it's Aaron to
Just want to
throw
preview
first.
tonight's action a little bit because that group is a little bit tight to say the least. Daryl Pilgrim, who
45.
sits on 8 points after a flawless first night in Group B, will start his proceedings against Rob Collins in match 1. And you figure if he
57.
gets a win in that match, he will be through to the finals after 5 matches played. Josh Payne will take on Dan Reed in match 2.
59.
And then Chris Gilliland will join the proceedings after that as he takes on Rob Collins in match 3. That all starts at 10 p.m. tonight.
58.
Check your local time listings to see when you can possibly watch from overseas on the official
97.
Online Darts YouTube channel. But all of our UK viewers, you can tune in via your Skybox or via your
180.
chosen subscriber to watch it on the big telly at home. Why wouldn't you on a Friday night? And I'll be live from around 8:25 tonight
140.
with the Sporty Stuff TV crew to give you some tips ahead of tonight's Group B action. This is better.
145.
Showing us what he can do.
Aaron, you require 160.
All the shackles off the jackal. I've been waiting to say that all day.
54. Carl, you require 61.
Double 18 again.
43. Aaron, you require 106.
Carl is not the only
Carl,
Hamilton
you
we've
require
had here.
18.
We did have Andy Hamilton.
Game shot on the second low.
But he's the one
Carl
hammering his
Hamilton.
way to the halfway point. I don't think he's got any props like an inflatable hammer has, Carl. Not yet, anyway.
Third leg, it's Carl to throw first.
I wonder what
Game
his
on.
prop would be if he was walking onto the big stage, nicknamed the Jackal. Would he have some sort of falconry going on?
57.
If he wanted to have a disguise or a costume, like what you can see on the back of his shirt, that would be some sort of
60.
outfit. Be a better walk on than the Undertaker in WWE.
100.
If I was going to give him a nickname, I'd call him Carlo from Darlo.
100.
Because that's how they say it around their neck of the woods, isn't it? Call it Darlo. Home of one of the most beautiful train stations I've ever seen. It's not the biggest,
41.
but it's historic.
That's
rather beautiful too.
93. Aaron, you require 161.
How much you would love to take out something like this before he leaves us in the next 10 minutes. He might stick
50.
around to watch how his pal Edgar gets on against Blades after this.
96.
But it's
Aaron,
going to
you
be back to
require
Darlington for
111.
Carl and back to Sittingbourne for Aaron. Double 16.
Game shot on the third
And he has
leg.
been really
Aaron
good
Beanie.
on double 16 on the combinations over the last couple of matches. And he draws himself into this one by taking leg 3.
Fourth leg, it's Aaron to throw first. $97. $96.
Good double statistics from these two.
60.
2 hits from 3 attempts for Carl. Only the 1 attempt for Aaron, but it was a hit. You don't need me to tell you the rest.
94.
They are double stats that if you can have them by the end of a match, you would take them. And you remember performances like that.
44.
I remember playing against Steve Farmer in the World Championship at Alexandra Palace, the very first game of the tournament.
93.
And I had one of the best performances on doubles I've ever had in my whole career.
85.
I'm pretty certain my doubles percentage in that match was over 80%. It was around 83%, in fact, for 3 sets of darts. I was very proud of that.
60. Carl, you require 78.
I wasn't proud of the shirt I was wearing. It was shocking pink. What was I thinking? Well, one of those darts was pretty good. The other two, just a little bit questionable.
$90. Carl, you require
You don't
33.
see someone on 33 very often. There's the one, just.
1. Aaron, you require
Beanie to draw
65.
level. As Carl is starting to miss on the outer ring.
55.
And Aaron follows suit.
Carl, you require 32. Game shot on the
Lovely
fourth
from
leg.
Carl. It's another
Carl
20
Hamilton.
dart leg from Carl, but why are you apologising? Stop doing it. I know it annoys me. Does it annoy you as much as it annoys me?
Fifth leg, it's Carl to throw first.
We live in an apology culture in darts, and I don't like it.
180.
Be ruthless. And in a metaphorical sense, why don't you just take your opponent's head off? You know, that's what you're supposed to do. Do you ever remember
60.
Eric Bristow or Phil Taylor or Dennis Priestley, anybody of that generation, ever apologising for winning a
97.
leg? I don't. So why are we doing it now?
58. $54.
Interesting. Leaves the 170, looking to go out with a bang.
$140.
This would be a very
Carl, you
big bang.
require 170. $44.
That has not worked out the way he planned.
$59.
Like I said at the
Carl, you
start of this
require
match,
126.
Carl cannot get himself off the foot of the table. But he can get a second win on double six.
120.
2 out of 3 ain't bad. But double 3 has got its pitfalls for the way his darts sit in the board.
100. Carl, you
I
require
wouldn't be surprised to
6.
see him go for 2-2-2. But that's the danger.
Game,
What a
shot,
lovely dart, though,
and the
from
match.
Carl.
Carl Hamilton.
And that brings a smile to his face. A second win of the group. And he shares that kind of performance with Aaron Beeney. 2 wins from 10. And they will maintain their 20% win ratios that they had before they came to the Live League this week. So we bid adieu to those two. One goes back to Darlington. One goes back to Kent. As for the last 2 matches, there's a lot riding on them. So don't miss them when they start after the break. 2 matches left in Group C, and it will tell us who will progress to the Saturday night finals. This one is Gary Blades against Matthew Edgar. Quite simple, really. If Edgar wins, he's through. Gary Stone is watching this very closely because, from my calculations...
First leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
If Matthew Edgar loses this match, Gary Stone is safe with a game to spare.
100. 100.
And even though Edgar can still qualify, even if he loses this match, he doesn't want it to go to that.
134.
Right now, it's in his hands. He can do something about it. He doesn't want to have to rely on Gary Stone getting a win against Matthew Dennant. They had a belter of a game yesterday in Game 1.
140.
And Gary started
44. Gary required
rather hot here in leg
127.
1. Playing like he's got a bus to catch.
55.
Unfortunately, that bus is not coming back to the live league this week.
96. Gary requires 72.
This is a speedy, speedy game.
32.
And Edgar can't do anything from 180.
$100. Gary requires
Tops
40.
again for Blades.
Game shot on the first
Finds
leg.
it.
Gary Blades.
He protects the fact that he's got the start in this match. Edgar at some point has to break, but first he must stay in touch.
Second leg, it's Matthew throwing first.
They've only played twice before.
100.
Aside their game from yesterday. Both were live league matches. Both won by Edgar. And then yesterday,
140.
Edgar got another win. And it was impressive. 98.06 the average. Excellent doubles as
60.
well. Closing out Gary Blades in 6 legs.
$140.
One of the reasons why Edgar is very far from safe is because his leg difference is 6 less than both
81.
Dennett and Stone. It's not about the leg difference, though, when it comes to Matthew. It's about the points. If he makes it to 16 first,
84.
ahead of Stone and Edgar, he's guaranteed a top 2 finish.
140.
And in a funny sort of way,
Gary required
he might want to
137.
finish second. Because that would mean he's not in Jim McEwen's group tomorrow.
97.
Mind
Matthew
you, he probably
required
doesn't care as long as he's
120.
there. But Blades,
56.
for the want of a
Gary
better phrase,
required
is
40.
putting him to the sword. Double 10. And this
Game
is
shot
not
on the
good
second
news
leg.
for
Gary
everybody who
Blades.
loves a bit of prime time. So it's going to have to be a real onslaught from Edgar from here.
Third leg, it's Gary to throw first.
I've got to say, where's this been the
137.
last day and a half? It just goes to show when the shackles are off, when the pressure's off, this is what these guys can
60.
do. But when you add pressure to dart players, the arm stiffens up, the brain gets a bit weary.
81.
This is now just a bonus game for Blades. He's going to finish in 4th position in the table.
100.
That cannot change.
96.
Is it just me, or is he playing a lot quicker in this game as well? He might be
60.
dragging Edgar into a game that's too quick for him.
$57.
He's left that 130 again, which he took out yesterday.
99.
Edgar
Gary,
doesn't
you
have an
require
answer at the minute.
130. 41.
That's a bad last start. That invites Edgar in. Maybe. You
95.
can see the intensity on
Gary,
his
you
face. He
require
knows what's going
89.
on. Double 5.
$84.
Edgar is very
Matthew,
glad that
require
missed.
87.
Bullseye.
54. Gary, you require 5.
This is getting very precarious.
Game shot on the
It's
third
3-0
leg.
Blades.
Gary Blades.
And if you thought that this was going to happen, you might know more about darts than I do. I did not see this coming.
Fourth leg, it's Matthew throwing first.
It's getting to the stage
140.
where Edgar might need a favour. Because if he
97.
loses this game from any margin, and Dennant beats Stone,
100.
Edgar's out. After being at the top of the table most of this group,
77.
he's now on a tightrope.
55.
I am actually having to blink a few times because this game is so quick. It's like watching Ricky Evans on loop.
180.
And Blades is first to a finish again.
138. Gary, you require 147.
Double 18.
129.
What a
Matthew,
blow
you
that would have
require
been.
68.
What a performance that would have been. Must hit.
Game
And
shot
does
on the
hit.
fourth leg. Matthew Edgar.
You saw that little sigh of relief on the face of Edgar when he hit that double 16, because now his destiny is still in his hands if he wins the next 3.
Fifth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Gary Blades' best average in a live league match,
140.
95.66. He's playing better than that right now.
97.
And he's not slowing down. He's speeding up.
140. 140.
Someone who is rubbing their hands right now is Gary Stone. He's won 4 games from 4 today. And if he sees Edgar out of this game,
41.
It
Gary,
will
you
be
require
Stone in.
87.
and Edgar, possible. Depends on what the scholar does
55.
in match 15. This is fascinating stuff. If Blades hits this 32 with 1 dart, this will be her
53. Gary, you
personal
require
best performance.
32. Game,
It is a
shot,
win.
And the match. Gary
And
Blades.
it is still a personal best performance. 96.9 the average. That was an incredible display from Gary Blades. 40% on the doubles. And Edgar is now chomping on his fingernails because now he needs Gary Stone to win against Edgar to make sure he's in the finals. Otherwise, it's going to be Dennant and Stone. That's going to start at 25-2. So you'll have to wait around 10 minutes for that. Sorry, folks. But let's build it up over the next 10 minutes. And when it happens, I'm sure you'll all be watching. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us, Darts fans. And Group C is going down to the wire. One more match left, and it will tell us exactly who's going to qualify alongside Gary Stone. He plays in this last match in the knowledge that he is safe. But Dennant in third, with that leg difference of plus 15, knows exactly what he needs to do. If he wins, he's not only through, but he wins the group. Edgar, back in the practice room, watches on, and there's nothing he can do after losing to Gary Blades in match 14.
First leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Super simple. We don't have to worry about leg difference now. Stone wins. He wins the group, and Edgar joins him.
57.
Dennant wins. He goes through with Stone as the Group C champion.
57.
And in winning Group C, you know that you're going to be in Jim McEwen's group come tomorrow night, because the Group C winner always
80.
joins the Group A winner. Whoever is second in this group will be in the other
96.
group, which will be the winner of Group B and the third place in Group B.
58.
Now, you may be interested to know that when Gary was walking to the playing area, he was under the impression that he
96.
might be safe. But upon asking us, we told him that he is safe. Trust
60.
me, he's very happy. But I think he understands that what will make him even happier is 10 points from 10 today,
180.
which is possible if he wins this match.
$100. Matt, you require 72.
A menacing look from Dennant as he goes for double four.
68.
Outside
Gary, you
chance for
require
Stone.
146.
Hold in leg one. Fancied it.
90.
Had his best
Matt, you
performance this week
require
against
4.
Matt Dennant in game one yesterday. Won by 4 legs to 2 on that occasion. Oh,
Game shot
what a
first leg.
dart!
Matt Dennant.
One of the darts of the week from Dennant, who finds double two between the posts to get a break of throw.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw first.
That takes real skill.
Game on.
And you also have to understand how your darts behave when they hit other pieces of tungsten.
140.
You have to understand that that shot is possible. For someone like Gary Blades or possibly Carl Hamilton, they wouldn't have been able to do that because their darts
100.
don't go in the board straight. Whereas Matt's go in laser straight, and he could go through the darts.
140.
They have had a
57.
fascinating rivalry this week, these two. Stone has won 3 of their battles,
93.
2 of them by 4 legs to 3.
$100. Matt, you require 128.
But Dennant is getting the better start. Is he the one with the urgency
56.
here? This is where maybe knowing that you
55.
aren't
Matt, you
in
require
need of the win
72.
is dangerous. Double 12.
Game shot on the second
2-0
leg.
Dennant.
Matt Dennant.
And another Matthew is watching on, and he can't look.
Third leg, it's Gary to throw first.
It's been a fascinating group, that is for sure. But the head-to-head records
55.
between Dennant and Stone, Dennett and Edgar, and Stone and Edgar are all super close. And if Dennant wins this match, the head-to-heads in all three scenarios couldn't be any tighter.
100.
We're getting to the part of the week where these guys really are showing their mettle.
99.
And I'm not sure that knowing that he's safe is a good thing for Stone. Maybe I should have said to him on the way to the playing area,
44.
you need a result. Some people need that urgency. They need that adrenaline. But when someone tells
55.
you you're already safe, your body does funny things to you. I remember in 2008 at the Australian Open Darts Festival, somebody walked up to me and said, if I beat Pat O'Reilly in the semi-finals,
29.
I'm not only going to be in the World Championship for the first time, but I'll be in the Grand Slam as well. No pressure. I won the match.
121.
It changed my life. One of the most important matches that I've never spoken about.
96.
In fact, 2 games against Pat O'Reilly in my life have changed my life
72.
over the course of about 9 months. One day, I'll put them in a book for you to read. Edgar.
180.
Can't look again.
Gary require 99.
Dennant is not going away, even in a leg that he was miles behind in. Finding his second maximum to tap Stone on the shoulder.
81.
Almost finds the ideal recovery.
Matt, you require 52.
But this would be for that really valuable double break. Double top.
Game
Dennant
shot
in
third leg.
dreamland.
Matt Dennant.
He only needs one more leg. Not just to get through, but to win the group. Is it a good thing to win this group, to be in McEwen's group on Saturday night? I just don't know.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
One thing I can tell you is that they don't know that. And Jim McEwen has been hanging around today,
100.
surveying his potential rivals for Saturday night. What he's seen from Dennant and Stone today is improvement.
123.
Better than what they delivered in Group A. Look at that from Dennant. I love to see that.
57.
He's playing like he refuses to be denied.
140.
He's been chasing all day long. And if you had offered him
140.
this game to qualify, he would have said, I'll have that.
58.
And so far he's making the most of it. Averaging around 92. 10 better than his opponent.
100.
And he's within 104 points of another berth of finals darts at the Online Darts Live
Matt,
League.
you require 104.
Double top.
64.
First chance
Gary, you
gone.
require 40. Game
He'll
shot on
have
the
to
fourth
wait
leg. Gary
For at
Stone.
least another leg, because Stone has found his way to the double that Matt missed. So this time Stone throws first after that break.
Fifth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Earlier in the week, when they played on Monday and
100.
Tuesday, Gary Stone was 3-0 up. On both days, Dennant brought it back to 3-3, only for Stone to win both matches.
96.
Can you imagine the drama if we go to the very last leg of this contest?
58.
I'd have to get the vacuum up because there'd be fingernails on the floor. Matt doesn't want to go down that route.
140.
I assure you. No player does.
180.
First 180 of the match. I make that for Stone. Matt's got 2.
43.
And the tension is going up. Because after a somewhat sketchy start,
123.
Gary Stone's playing properly all of a sudden.
100. Gary, you require
Matt is
40.
praying he gets a shot at 122.
Game
But he
shot on
doesn't.
The 5th leg.
And
Gary
this is the leg
Stone.
now. This is the one chance that Matt wanted to serve this out. If he doesn't here, he's in real peril.
6th leg. It's Matt to throw first.
Terrific start.
134.
Showing real gumption. But you can tell that Stone does not want to leave this arena today with a defeat.
100.
Matt's been close to a weekly title before, losing out to Adam Smith-Neal.
57.
That was back in week 3 of phase 2 this year. Gary Stone
100.
yet to make the final game of a Saturday for a week. He will have his chance tomorrow.
99.
6 starts from
Matt, you
167.
require 167. 96.
What a great last start. That makes this shot ever so slightly easier. And Stone's got to stay straight.
60.
He couldn't
Matt,
afford
you
to go anywhere
require
else.
71.
We know where Dennant's going. He's looking at tops. Again.
51.
This time he misses it low.
Gary, you require 160.
That's 2 darts missed for the match. We all held our breath after that
100.
first start was in.
Matt, you require 20.
Can you book your place in Saturday? Can you win Group C? Yes, you
Game,
can.
shot,
And you
the
can
match.
see the relief
Matt
on his face.
Dennant.
Matthew Edgar, after winning all the way through this group, stumbled at the end, and he is eliminated from Group C. It's Gary Stone who goes through Group C in position 2, but Matthew Dennant at the very last furlong, he wins by 4 legs to 2 against Gary Stone, and he wins the group. You can see with that superior leg difference of plus 17, but Edgar will be crestfallen. You've got 3 players on the same points, but leg difference played its part. Let's all take a collective deep breath. I think we all need it after that really dramatic group. It's been brilliant to watch over the last couple of days. And tonight's Group B could be just as exciting. Daryl Pilgrim at 10 p.m. tonight will start our action off, and he starts in the first position as well. He will be the favourite to win the group, but to see what happens in Group B, you'll have to join us in around 8 hours' time. I hope you have a fantastic Friday. Take care, everyone, and I will see you around 10 p.m. tonight. That's it out for now.